Made it back. Time to ride a spaceship. Time to ride a spaceship. I'm gonna eat the sandwich and watch this cutscene.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
Like 200 to 300
People
years.
of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right?
That's a pretty big
And
surprise
it's
from
not
her.
just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right.
Yeah.
We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Shion can finally get rid of her thorns. Shion?
Talk! Talk!
Yeah.
Just tell me, come on! Oh man.
Where? Shion?
Oh, I thought the spaceship was
Where'd
separate for a
Shion
second.
go? How could she just go off on her own?
What up, girl? Talk to me, please. Tell me what the problem is.
Shion! Shion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Oh my.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
Oh my god.
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Come on, Shion. Why you gotta be like this? Please tell me, what's the problem?
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Shion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
Oh man.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape.
Ah.
I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
Oh man, she's been trying to
If I
die
run
this
away
whole
what's
time.
inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
Oh man. I wonder she didn't want to talk about it.
Back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Oh my god. She wants to live. We gotta save her.
Shion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first. But ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before.
I don't know about the term maiden powers. It's... Oh man.
It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis. When the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renaissance on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
Not cool, kid.
Too much. It's way too much.
when this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die,
Oh my gosh.
but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way. Alvin?
Just, oh man. What a pro Chad move.
Dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alvin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
The hat's kind of killing this scene, not gonna lie. Ah!
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else too.
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
Yeah.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys.
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection
Oh God.
to the Thorns.
Why is this music?
True nature
No.
of which I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
Oh well.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again.
Let's go, Alphen.
Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not.
What a bro.
alone.
You guys. You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone.
Yay! She opened up to us. How nice.
For right now. In a little while longer. This dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you.
Oh, we're friends. Oh, look at this.
So let's go. On to Lenegis.
All right, team. We've bonded. Oh boy. What are we gonna do now? Oh, we gotta talk to the crew.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands. So many clues. Yet the complete picture eludes us.
Yeah.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient.
Okay.
Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelegion. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
True.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth, especially when that deception has led to
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the...
Right.
Okay. Alright, so we're going in reverse order.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want
Alphen
for
is a
Shion
bro.
what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams. But a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
Alphen's pissed. I like angry Alphen.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea.
Oh
I
man.
mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both.
Oh man.
I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
Oh man.
At least you figured it out in time though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
the
yeah.
expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry.
Oh
I
man,
guess
that was
those of us
sad.
amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point. But I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh bro. Redwell.
Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she
Oh,
was.
no.
You know, but it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way, but over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I
Yeah.
hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell,
Aw, Rinwell. They're all so nice. Alright. Let's... Where is Shion? Where is she? Shion, where'd you go? Oh, she's up on the hill. Dramatic, like, okay, okay. What up, girl? We just had a big cathartic chat. Alright.
you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry.
Dramatic.
As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot.
Yeah. Smooth.
I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people.
Oh man.
Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that.
No friends.
I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
That's a rough situation. You gotta...
Shion.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now.
Yeah. Don't
So I'll
die.
fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water.
Yeah, give him hell.
I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renans, can
Fight for
finally
peace.
live in peace.
Fight for peace.
But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What a bro, Alphen.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Bring down some
Yeah.
walls.
I think you may be right about that.
Bring down the wall. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, party's back. We're
Everyone
rested.
well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
Let me just make sure. I can't do those. Take off. Here we go. To space.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
All right.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
Oh, what's our spaceship's name? Yeah.
Name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
All right. That was quick.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... Well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Let's go.
Okay, people. We have 2 goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shionne's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good?
Okay, so save the world and then save Shionne. Got it.
All right. Then let's go.
That's our whole plan. Our whole plan is just like, let's go save the world. Oh my god. I love these guys. Let's do it. We're going to space. Whoa! Big space.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
Yeah.
How
Testify.
much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there.
Yeah.
Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
Alright, alright.
In that case, she's all yours.
Again?
Everything okay, Shionne? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Alright. Let's talk to Shionne first this
We'll
time.
be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then?
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life. For as long as I can remember. They called it treatment. But in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any
Oh
worse.
man.
But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I
Aw.
survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point.
See?
Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic
Oh,
that's
man.
used to justify slavery. As if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed.
Oh.
This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people,
We're doing
if we're
it.
doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not
Yeah.
just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now
Yeah.
I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that
Nice.
means that a Danon victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Alright. Man, we got a lot to say here.
Something...
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even...
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it, but I can't keep running forever.
Yeah.
The past is what it is. There's no changing that.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong. Come back and speak to me.
Okay. Oh, let's see. What do we got in here? Got our duo here.
Hey, Alvin, listen to this. So Law and I were just talking, and
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece.
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alvin, it must be okay.
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Al.
Alright. That was a conversation. Yeah, what you got?
You okay?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being...
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod.
Oh, you don't say. That should...
Healing pod.
Alphen?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that...
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
what do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now. And those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on
Yeah.
this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Alright. Talk to everybody. Talk to Dolahan. Yeah, no teleporting. Okay, just making sure. Hey bro, what's up?
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations
We're
to
landing.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too.
Yeah.
It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
Oh my
They can
gosh.
be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those
see.
lineages are treated as nobility.
Okay,
Those
okay.
capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to.
I see.
Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior
Whoa.
to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right.
Yeah.
I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
Oh man.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into
Oh, man.
castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen
Okay.
from us in Pelegion.
Yes.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourself.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
Alright, let's land. Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy, here we go. Exposition.
There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
Alright.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
Why would you say that? Oh my god. Ah.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Okay. Go to that Forbidden Zone.
What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a sovereign in our midst.
Oh yeah.
In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Okay.
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Right, yeah, why not?
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone.
Alright.
Beyond...
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is...
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
Zeugles. Alright, alright, alright. Alright. Items? No items, okay. Uh-oh. Place is a mess. Oh my god. What happened? Let's see.
What in the world?
This being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
Oh my gosh.
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Oh my gosh.
Dohalim? Is that you? Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people?
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now
Some space
everything looks
racism
like
coming
this.
up. Oh no.
We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
Uh-oh.
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Oh man.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Do?
Oh man.
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the Wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two.
Alright.
The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
Oh man.
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers.
You heard him.
Let's find the Forbidden Zone. No, let's just
So,
talk.
I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this, but then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about... It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry, that probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah,
Alright. Hello.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes.
I see.
First, Lenegis mutates beyond recognition. Now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Alright. What do we got over here? Are there any... Oh, there's an item. Strawberries. Yeah, everybody here can use arts. Woohoo! Yeah, this place is messed up. Healing.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Do.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the Lord you were—
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked.
Okay, that guy was not helpful. Hello.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana—
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
See.
It's worth investigating. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly stat—
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well,
Let's
we've
go.
canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent. Which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth. That Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah. That one guy even said Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not.
Oh my
Can
gosh.
it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
Yeah, this is weird.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, Adan, 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would... We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If
Yeah.
the Forbidden Zone really is off limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Yeah.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
Okay.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it.
Okay. Oh my gosh, so much talking.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are I mean, they're sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld. And all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Canabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, that is weird.
A little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try and... Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Oh, quest.
I didn't realize Renan suppressed their own.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seemed to mind. Am I the only one who...
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have
unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danon city we visit. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point,
Yeah.
not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around.
Oh my gosh.
Tell me, Dohalim,
And what skill would this be?
you know, when you're talking to people around town.
I'm afraid
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll—
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of
So there is a knack to it. How do you learn it?
Now you've got me curious.
let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker.
What? They look up to you.
Hey! What's got into— I can barely understand a word they're saying.
I hope you're willing to take the—
I wasn't expecting them to take me.
Talking to everybody.
Yes! Yes!
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
Oh man. We gotta find out about all these dudes we killed. Alright.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
Who's this guy?
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Alright. We talked to a few people. And to the next area.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effect—
Pardon me.
Oh man, all these supporters.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Talk to this guy.
Ridiculous.
Okay. Ah!
It's Seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
Yeah.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganneth Harros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But
Yep.
their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained...
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying, but at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely...
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human...
Yeah. Gimme. Yeah. I made points. Oh my gosh. Skill panel. Noise? Oh gosh, he has so many. There's so many. Nice. Nice. Yeah, let's get better healing. Oh my
There's
god.
something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes...
So, who was it then?
Hanfrikt Milgras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Han-freaked whatchamacallem, he's the current rule...
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous...
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But
Yeah.
if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
Yeah, this
With
is...
any luck, the Forbidden...
No use standing around...
Yeah, okay. Let's go. Please let me go. I want to fight thing. I want to fight the things.
Doe?
Oh, here we go.
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
Uh-oh.
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit.
Oh my gosh.
But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Oh man.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Oh. Okay, I don't understand. How do you work?
Dohalim.
Don't understand.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Bro. Alright, no items. The items this way. Any items? That is an item. Yes, an orange gel. I do believe I do. Is this the Forbidden Zone? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's gonna give me another cutscene, I can just tell. Some tofu? Okay. Oh my god, this place is huge. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnigan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnigan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Okay.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait. Don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
Oh, man.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Dahnans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Oh, man.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Oh. Oh, new stuff. Whoa, bigger weapons. Oh my, I just noticed how much they cost. Oh my lord, I'm broke. Oh god. Oh lord. Oh no. Oh no.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Let's cook. Ooh. Ooh.
That turned out good, if I do say so.
Make some wieners. Yeah. All right. Okay. Man, that was quite a bit. Oh, I can fast travel. Yeah.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Oh! I am Lord Dohalim of Elda Menexia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they've got one.
The enemy will fight too. We'll soon see about that. Fires the
Its armor's too strong.
Be my guest. Kisara, frozen. Hammer.
Got him.
Now. It's over.
Wow.
Full throttle. Switch to coming. Super slow dance. Lightning meteor. Come and get it. Ignite. Eat this. Come and get it. Turn to ash. Take it. One more.
You see what happened there as you crossed? Shouldn't have done that.
This one's mine.
Enemy's water. Locked and loaded. First strike. Come and get it. I'll crush you.
Get him.
Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
Fires assassin. Now. Get toasty.
Bird strike. I'll end you. Looks up. Armor won't save you.
Hurricane Spark.
First strike. Light spear. Hold up. Rip his head. Take low.
Not in your dreams.
I'm on it. I'll tear you apart.
Do it. Eon, astral energy. Full throttle.
Not too tough.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim.
Indeed. They seem... And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during...
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met.
I've never seen anything like...
Maybe someone doesn't want us here. And the soldiers are...
What with the Red Wolf,
man.
Sovereign, and Volron.
Alright, lots of enemies. Let's get them. Great. Great job.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
I'll heal you all. These ones can run tricks around us.
Appreciate the help.
Hear my call. This one's mine.
Piercing roar! Flaming meteor! I'm just getting started. Come and get it! Rolling snap! Glacial fire! Super swallow dance! Turn back!
Come forward.
First strike! I'm
Oh,
gonna roll now!
in between heaven and
First
earth.
strike! Too slow!
Banshee
That's
away.
enough! Faithful arrow! Glimmer dragon!
I'll be safe.
Damn it! Too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up! I'm on guard! It's super swallow dance! Freaking does it!
Not on my watch.
On guard! I'll
Set
tear you
another
away!
Neon, astral energy.
Let's get them.
Go!
You're wide open! Come and get it! Turn back! Here I go!
Do it! Neon, astral energy. Full throttle.
Get them.
Too slow! That's enough! Leave the chargers to me! Eat this! Hurricane! Hurricane! Lightning! Below! Now you see what I'm just getting started! Lunar! Do it! That's it! Below! Demons descend! Flashing bang!
Get them.
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
Seriously? Oh my god.
Out of our way!
Turn back! Guardian Shield! I'm ready to go!
Where are you going? As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough. Fires of hell!
Appreciate the help! I'll run you through! Now I'm in the groove! Look shot! I'll smash you! I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
I'm on! Watch this! Hurricane! Eat this! Here's I'm on it! Listen up! I'm on it! You see what happened there is you crossed me. Look sharp! Shouldn't have done that. Black Soul! Steel! Hurricane! I'll crush you!
Crush you.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this! Hurricane! Where are you going? Hurricane flight! That's the spot. Will this help? No, I won't give in. Eat this! You could use a hand. I'm just getting started. Shattering to pieces! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on it! Watch this!
Holy crap, this thing has so much health.
I'm on shield and hurricane! Their arcs were interrupted. You're wide open! Hurricane! Here's your vine! Rip it! Watch this! Turn back! I'm on a roll now! Glimmer dragon! You shouldn't have messed with me! I'm gone! Super swallow dance! Glimmer dragon! Into the shadows! Rip and catch! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Oh my god.
Hurricane! I'm ready to go! Healing circle! Appreciate
Do it! Dohalim!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Whoa, 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 whoa.
That was a little close.
Alright, alright, alright.
Just for comfort.
Let's get him.
Get lost!
Oh my lord! I can carve through armor!
First aid!
I'll finish you here and now! That freaking does
I
it!
can't let the hatred consume me.
Bring him back!
Finish without a trace! Lightning arrow!
Eat it! Glimmer! I'll finish you here and now! Eagle assault! You're done! Super swallow dead!
Leave
the ensnaring.
Now!
Yeah!
Get toasty!
Bird strike! Faster!
Lunar
In a bind! Eat this!
Gemini Alpha!
Lion Howl!
Annihilate!
Ground and pound! Super swallow dead!
Tiger Blade! Lightning! Dark Field!
Far enough! Eat this! Come and get it! Super swallow dead! Hegemony fire! I'll run you through! You see what happened there as you crossed me? Shouldn't have done that.
That'll bring you down!
Eat this!
Make your move! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Get him.
That's my cue!
Carve through armor!
Shut him down!
Lunar Radiant! Lunar Blast! I'm all stopped up! Astral
dead!
Radiant!
Come and get it! I'm on a roll now! Rapid fire!
Who wants to die next?
We're not finished! I'm on
Here's the evil! Lightning!
dead!
Now!
Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
Bam.
I feel sprightlier than before.
Give me the loot. A recipe.
I'll do my best.
Now you learn! I can do this all day! I'll smash you! So much for talking it out!
You got spirit!
I'm on a roll now! I'll run you through! That's enough! I'll end you!
Lunar Corruption!
If
If it's in the sky, it's mine! How you go?
Eat this!
Do it! Domaline!
Light burst force!
Radiant Genesis!
I'll finish you here and now!
Annihilation! Arc
Take this! That's enough! Super swallow dead! Anything in armor is all mine! I'll finish you here and now! Turn it! Prepare to be sealed! You see what happened there as you crossed me? Far enough! Shouldn't have done that!
Now! Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Too slow! Talon Hurricane! Lion, make it right!
Man, he's so fun to play.
Don't get complacent.
Alright, alright, alright. Ooh, incineration rave.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Eagle assault! I'm on it! Talon Now you see what I can do! I'm on a roll now! Alright! Guardian Field! Eat this! Let me out!
Lightning Orb!
Now I'm in the groove! How about this? Ripid Tear! Flaming Meteor! Eagle Assault!
That'll bring you down!
I'll run you through!
This one's mine!
Hang foot! Shattering of pieces! Lock outside! Turn here!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Talon Hurricane! Over won't save you!
Lightning!
I'm on it! No further!
Magna Ray!
Eat this!
Searing Flame! Reload!
Nothing can burn me! Eat this!
Oh my gosh, this thing's just a punching bag.
Flaming Meteor! Glimmer Flash! Time to stop! These fists have got your name on them!
Here,
Super Swallow Dead! Flaming Meteor! Super Swallow Dead!
Lunar Blast! Back into the fray!
I'm a
Magna Ray! Field!
You're gonna pay for that! Eat this! Talon Hurricane! This one's mine! I'll smash you! Eat this!
Oh my gosh, this thing is so tough.
You see what happened there as you crossed it. I'm shouldn't have done that. Inspiration! I can do this all day. Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop you.
Watch this! Talon Hurricane! Denied! Glimmer Dragon! Roll, man! Ready and ready!
Winds of heaven!
Here, let me help! Talon Hurricane! Take Bolero! Take this!
Hear my call!
Alright, let me out of it! Super Swallow
Crystal Spear! Here's evil!
Talon Hurricane! Hegemony Flare! I'll end you!
Not in your dreams!
Ah.
Xion, astral energy!
Get him. Blah.
That took more energy than I.
Wait. Oh gosh. Okay. Man, I gotta get money again.
Get lost!
Take this!
Lightning on guard! It's like trying to be built on a wall!
Look at you here and now! Glimmer Dragon! I'll crush you!
I'll crush you.
Lightning reflexes! 10 of
Big damage.
What's this? Now you see what I can do!
First aid!
Talon Hurricane!
This one's mine!
Eat this! Turn to ash! Unshot! Hurricane! Super Swallow Tail! Rip it there!
Kitara frozen!
Hammer! You're wide open! Talon Hurricane!
Healing circle!
Rip and tear! Light up the door! I'm ready to go!
Oh, come on. I messed up the combo right there.
Ready? Hegemony Flare! Eat this! Make it rain!
Xion, astral energy! Full throttle!
Easy.
Barely a blip on our radar.
Oh my gosh, so much stuff. Alright, alright. Go, 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 go. No.
No backing down! Engaging! Now you see what I can do! Eat this!
I'm the true gunslinger around here.
Super Swallow Dance! Eat this! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! You're all finished, you here! Take this!
Make it rapid! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Faster!
A new lease on life!
I'll end you! Can't get out of this! Eat this!
I'm ready!
I really know you will.
Do it! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Yeah.
I need to be stronger.
Alright, what do I get? Strengthened counter edge. Man. Let's see. defense. Okay, let's just get that one, I guess.
I'll do my best. Where are you going? I'll finish you here and now. Inferno crossing. Take what's the ranged attack? Take this. Armor won't save you. My shield. It was not.
I'm at
Eat this. Take this. Turn to ash. Not today. Now I'm in trouble. Come on, roll now. That frickin' does it. I owe you. Inspiration. Heal. Here's a healing spear. Super swallow kick. I'll crush you.
man, that was a rough start right there.
Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw. Water. Here I come. Now I'm in the groove. Do it.
Frozen.
Hammer. You're wide open. That's enough. Here's the blow. I'm just getting started. Release. Now you see what I can do. First strike. Hold that. Not today. The Raven freaking does it. Demon's Descent. Flashing Fang.
I really like that one. Man, I get some dumb.
Real mad. Inferno crossing. Take What's this?
Freeze Lancer. Oh, hello.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
I did not see you. I was not looking. Let's see. Alright. Getting there. We're getting there. So I can get... Yes. Yeah. Next. Oh.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
Okay.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Do your sovereign thing.
Alphen.
Open the gates. Yeah, a door. Oh, I don't like that noise.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Uh-oh. Flashback.
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for. Let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, Why do you seem so calm right now?
Audio's
choice.
weird.
Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself.
Like weird
But
flashback filter.
They said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now.
I see.
In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it.
Nice.
I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
Alright, did everybody see the cutscene? What was that?
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to. She looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris.
Yeah, that's...
She really does look like Shion.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis, for all we know. Perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking...
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of reliving painful episodes...
I can't just pretend like the past never... Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. I'd like to liberate them too, if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last
Oh no.
illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Okay, this is the boss fight, it looks like. Here we go.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Uh-oh. That thing's cool looking.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
Oh no.
What? I've never known Faria to control Zoogles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a Bactritor? What the? Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zoogles, then we get some answers.
Go for the weak
Can't
point!
get out of this!
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
These fists have got your name on them! I'm ready to go!
Annihilation!
Whoa, whoa.
Keep charging us!
That's what my shield's for! Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
I'll crush you!
Get him.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'll smash you! Look shot!
Do it!
I really owe you far enough! Eat this! Come and get it! Look shot! Get it! I'll finish you here and now!
Here's
Oh.
a healing arm! First aid!
Alright, let me at him!
Turn to arrow! Ignite!
Annihilation!
I'll finish you here and now! Glimmer dragon!
Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Ah. Oh.
Here we go again! Inspiration! I can do this all day! Almost! Best! Switch for solo day!
I never miss!
What's this? His enemy freaking dungeon!
Let me help! Fire!
Shattering pieces! Ready to fly! I'm just getting started! Now you see what I can do!
Out of ammo!
Take Bolero! I'm just getting started! Watch it!
Man.
Back into the
I've let you all
Whoa! Oh my goodness.
Winds of heaven! First force! Celestial hammer!
I'll take you all on!
Oh.
Flare the Malisa!
I'll heal you!
take this!
Fire blow!
This one's all mine!
Lunar celestial hammer! Enemies immobilized! Celestial hammer! By the power of flame! Finish without a trace! Celestial hammer! Ow! Guardian Gale!
It's in your hands
All
now.
masters made one! Come forth and healing of purity! Healing circle! Pain between heaven and do it! Between heaven and earth! Theon! Astral energy! Full throttle! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Celestial hammer! Ice prison! Electric shock! Lunar current! Where are you
Uh-oh.
Shield and fate! Celestial hammer! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Oh.
Here's a celestial hammer! First aid! Going in!
Their arms were interrupted! I'm gone!
Celestial hammer!
Take
Let me at him!
Celestial hammer!
Far enough!
A wall to shield from calamity.
Hurricane barrier! Ice prison! Celestial hammer!
Ready to go!
A wall to shield from calamity. Sorry.
Look sharp!
Celestial hammer! Ice prison!
seismic rupture!
Here goes! Here's another!
What?
Celestial hammer!
get out of this!
Tunnel! Flaming meteor! Not in your dreams! Healing circle!
Appreciate the help.
Healing flame of fury! Burning strike! Celestial hammer!
Far enough!
Get him.
Here comes
On the wind.
One final push.
Let's finish this off!
I'll do my best not to disappoint.
This one's mine! Now repeat this! Tunnel! All disasters made one! Come forth the healing glacial spear! Piercing in between heaven and earth! Critical magic is there!
Regenerate.
Divine!
Another incantation ruin.
Celestial hammer! Healing circle! Radiant pierce!
We're getting him.
Soaring blast! Celestial hammer! Hit! This one's mine! Celestial hammer! Flaming meteor! Tunnel! Do it! Sion, astral energy!
Oh man, smoked him. You got a couple KOs on me. That not too bad.
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning! The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
I didn't know you could just shoot those things. Jesus.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Xion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnagan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
Thanks, cool guy.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidria. As for Tarnagan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive.
See.
That and the whole damn... But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
Okay.
You can't atone. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always, not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to... Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go...
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that...
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude.
Glad to be...
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right?
Oh, I didn't get to do that skit. No.
What is it?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay. So what the hell did we do? What is this thing? So we got Sovereign, we got Maiden. Stretch their arms. Alright.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
What are we doing? Dun, 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 dun. Come the thorns. Oh no. Are we finally gonna figure out what the thorns are? What? What? Oh no. Oh my lord.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
More than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of...
Oh no.
Like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
Yeah, maybe.
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
Yeah, yeah.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, Maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan Astral Energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions, I don't know, should we really be getting so...
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Alright.
Do you think Far...
Certainly seem that.
The same person who's behind.
Brainwashed or otherwise.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis.
There's no question.
By someone capable of...
That vision we saw.
What do you make of it?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something.
Well, it could be super...
That's your grand theory?
Wait, what if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become... And what if those with a connection?
You think that's what it was?
I am merely entertaining the possibility.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying...
More to the...
Whatever.
Oh my god. I just want to go. I just want to go. Alright. Oh my god, dramatic walk. The pacing on this last part has been pretty brutal. Oh my god.
Soon, we might have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens, I'm determined to save Shion and Dana.
Okay. Alright, that was pretty dramatic.
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out.
Let's check it out. Check it out.
This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out.
Okay. This place is...
The people of Lenegis. The Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed hall.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is. They can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were...
No, not that I can remember. Then
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority. Grounds of the one true ruler who presides over... That is what we believed this place to be. No. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's truth.
Alright. Okay, that's a bummer to read. They're all empty. Oh god. What? Okay.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Okay.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Core. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on that?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it?
It's a list of names, with the title Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait. I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Alphen.
Yeah,
they re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron?
But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
Yeah, okay. But what?
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all. but you're welcome to take a look through what you can.
I'll do that.
Okay.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Okay.
Only 2 Sovereigns. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you.
Yeah.
That's right. No good kid.
If you ever start to lose your way...
And I would be happy to lend...
The team. Wait, I already checked the terminals. Yeah, I checked them already. Alright, let's roll. The final phase. I don't like that. Oh man. Oh, I'm Jill. Thank you, life models. Oh. Oh my gosh.
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Alphen. Farewell.
Bye.
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system.
Oh no.
What? If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it.
Sorry.
I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, Live for me, Alphen.
My homie got brain damage.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me. It made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Let's go. Zephyr's dead. Okay. Give me the items. Nothing? Nothing. Oh, this is the room.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renaissance...
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Oh.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed.
Oh, man.
Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me, but it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees.
Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done with the destructive force now slumbering inside of me. I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how.
There's a lot of exposition.
Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renus Alma seemed to be my best bet. That at least would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renus Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renus Alma was lost. And Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden. To buy the world what little time I could.
Okay.
The time needed for a new Renus Alma to be crafted. And for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
So that's how she got her thorns.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danan voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
New outfits,
And they
yeah.
appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renus Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renus Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renus Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but... I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renus Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena.
Yeah, we can protect the world.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of
And they say modest...
Miracle.
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. Now let's get...
We did it.
So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control. She stopped my rampage. But then, That power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony. And Naori's attempt, you paid a heavy price for. The reason you...
Is the reason...
The thorns.
It all leads back to them.
When my I never dared to... No. The truth is, I think maybe I've always... About the touch of my family. Or holding hands with Rinwell. Or giving Law a deserved smack. Embracing all the normal... I always wished I could experience them for myself. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out?
That's not going... I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or... We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things.
Yeah, it's such a... I know. And it's for...
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you.
I'll keep on fighting until our future.
Alright. The latest maiden. Oh ho! Ooh. Oh ho ho. Ooh. Looking sharp. I like the cape. That's a good... I like this menu. This is a good menu.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind.
That's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones...
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first...
You inherited that legacy.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar.
Oh, we better let Shion have her moment. Yeah, look at this new outfit. Whoa. Whoa. We're going down, boys. The dips. The dips. I really like that screen. Good art.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
Hit that door.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right.
Except the Dahnan Astral Energy...
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Ren...
Maybe he just has strange...
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a... Still, this isn't the sort of...
Hold up, decadent?
When a preference is indulged to its...
That depends.
The void that art fills isn't the stomach.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void.
Shut up!
Oh my gosh. Oh, we can heal here. I hope there's not a boss immediately.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
Uh-oh.
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't... Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Oh, okay.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting just here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Watch it! Watch it!
Whoa.
First strike! Hurricane! The armor won't sink! Watch this! Glimmer Flash! It was nice while it lasted. Guardian Fish! Hurricane! Shield and Fang!
That. Oh gosh.
I could do this all day! Light up the dark! Inspiration! Let me out! Talon Hurler! Almost! Far enough! Super Swallow Dance! Guardian Field! Alright, I'm on it! Come and get it! I'll finish you here and now! Appreciate the help! Super Swallow Dance! That'll bring you down!
These things are tough.
Lightning Meteor! It's ready and ready! By the power of flames! Talon Hurricane! Shield! I'll crush you!
Ah!
Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw!
I'll heal you all!
Going in! Super Swallow Dance!
Chain between heaven and earth. Pull myself together.
By the Divine Savior! Vanish without a trace! Explosion!
Oh boy.
I have to trade
I'll
hard.
bring you back from the chain between heaven and earth.
Let me at him!
Here, let me help.
Divine Savior! Trouble!
Celestial order! Ice prison! Razor Cyclone! Celestial order! Tunnel! Not in your dreams!
In a...
Healing circle!
Their arms were interrupted! Finish you here and now!
Get him.
Far enough! Armor won't save you! Shield
So here goes! Celestial Annihilation! By the power of flame! Vanish with the close one! Gotcha!
The flame inside me, yours! Let's break! I'm on a roll now!
Ice Prison!
Rip and tear! Eagle of some... Now I'm in the groove!
This one's mine! Maelstrom! Chain between heaven and earth!
Lightning strike!
A wailing dancy of lightning! Divine savior!
I'm on it! It was nice while shield and face! I can do this all
Not
day!
in your dreams! Searing flame!
Anything in order
Celestial
is
Hammer!
all
Damn it!
Getting him.
Here's the potion!
Now you see what I can... Now I'm in the groove! You require...
I never miss! All disasters made one! Come for the healing security!
I can do this all day!
Here,
This one's mine! Far enough! I can do this all day!
ready to go! Celestial Hammer!
This one's all mine! I'm ready to go!
Get him.
Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Arch Seek! Better! Celestial Hammer! Ice
Anything in
Prison!
armor is all mine!
Celestial Hammer!
Armor won't save
Going
you!
in! Ice Prison!
Hurricane roll now!
All disasters made one! Come by the healing security! Lightning! Maelstrom! A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing bounty of lightning!
I can do this all day! Flame inside me, yours! If you let free!
Let the marksman handle this! Severe the healing art! First aid! Celestial Hammer! Water! Hear my call! Take that! Where are you going?
Inferno crossing!
Magic command! Glacial Spear! Hear the evil! I'm freezing!
Whoa.
Oh, you are gonna pay for that!
Heaven and earth! I'll heal you all!
Hurricane rolling snap! Far enough!
Healing!
Do it!
Divine!
Water!
Hear my call!
Hurricane
All disasters
Glacial
Spear! Here's evil!
I can carve through armor!
Freezeland! Maelstrom! All disasters made...
I don't even know the word defeat.
Close one! Gotcha!
This can't be happening.
No.
Ready to go!
Blazing flame!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Now I'm in the
A
groove!
wailing dancy of
You
lightning!
can use a hand!
Gemini Aqua!
Divine
Guardian Spear!
Okay!
Celestial Hammer!
Light up
I hear the healing art!
Not like this! I really owe you Not today!
Thanks so much! Take that! I'll bring her back from jail!
I'll tear you apart!
Resuscitation!
Will this
Raise your cyclone!
Trade
Celestial Hammer! Here's the blade!
there!
I'm freezing! Here's Celestial Hammer! Last one!
Pieces! Attack!
Celestial Hammer! I'm freezing!
That'll bring you down!
Puddle! Magic is there! Here's the healing art!
really owe you one. Will this help?
All disasters made one!
We're getting up.
Security!
Take away!
Maelstrom!
Armor won't save you! These fists have got your name on them!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Shield and face! Time to shut hurricane! You require... I'll crush you!
I'll crush you.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on a roll now!
Celestial Hammer!
Inferno crossing! Denied! Inferno punch!
A chain between heaven and earth!
What's this?
Not on my
Oh,
watch!
shoot.
Magic is there! Here's the healing art! Divine savior! A chain of lava! Water! Divine savior!
This one's all mine!
One hit! Go get it! Alpin! Astral energy!
Say no more.
All right. Not too bad.
Surrender!
Fighting is useless now!
Hmm.
Do you think it's really over?
Oh, that seemed way too easy.
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alph, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
Oh no.
It's too late! We can't stay here!
We need to go! Alphen!
go. Big hero moment. Come on. Let's go. Running start. Catch her. Big hero. Oh my lord. So mad.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything, who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same one?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissance.
Whatever's stolen from us, the future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's... We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the Motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity,
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human.
So this thing over on Rena...
They have the Renaissance in their grasp already.
Then we're agreed.
But...
No fast travel.
Seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron.
Tell me about it. One minute
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even...
So what were they then?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red...
I had just so much I wanted to ask them.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would...
Both sound plausible to my ear.
Yeah, they did.
Vitalize. Oh. What? Let's go. As long get out of here. monsters here? There are. Alright. Yeah.
Hi, Hoodle! One more! Here, let me help. Hope this works. How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly? Turn down! Come and get it! Super slow! Now I'm in the groove! Inferno Buffet! Seal! Damn it! Too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up! Now I'm in the groove! Turn down! On fire! Support! Freeze Lantern! Stay low!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
I'll run for it! I'm jumping! Confiscated! Hurricane shattering up pieces! Attack! Power of water! Hurricane strike! Chinese supernova! Do it! 3 forward action!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Too slow!
Time to shine! Here I come!
I'll smash you!
In the sky is warm!
Super swallow dance! Rip and tear! Hegemony flare!
How about
this?
These fists have got your name on them!
Super swallow dance!
Hurricane! Now!
Hook shot! Red Demon's descent! Flashing fang!
Dun.
Step back. This one's all law.
Ow! I'm on guard.
That freaking does it!
That'll bring you down.
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
Wind at ready. Here, let me help.
I don't have much left.
Not in your dreams.
Watch this. Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah, and pummeling to me.
Eat this.
You're done.
Radiant here.
Eat
This
this.
one's mine.
Eat dirt!
Inferno
Here, now.
Come on. Too slow. Take this. Now armor won't save you. I'll crush you. Lightning
him.
reflexes. Tenebrous claw. I'm jumping into it. Hegemony flare. Eat this. That's enough.
Annihilation. Steering for flame. Reload. Chinese
Do it. Turn to ash.
Radiant now.
I feel sprightlier than before.
Getting stuff. Alright. We're running. Oh god.
Let's dispose of this trash. I could do this all day. Lunar Cold I never miss. Winds of heaven. First force.
You're done. Look sharp. Super swallow dance. I'll finish you here and now. Now you see what I can do. No further. Come and get it. Talon Hurricane.
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Now I'm real mad. I felt fine not too long ago.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Nice.
I'm on it!
Mega Ray! Raging Cascade!
Ready and ready!
You require help.
Dragon Tear! Dragon
Vanish with
Dragon Shout! I'm gone! You're done! Turn her fire! Now I'm in the groove! Armor won't save you! Now I'm in the groove! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Talon hurricane! Going in, boss! Infernal punch! If it's in the sky, it's mine! Give me flare! Eat this!
Heaven and earth.
Where are you going? I can handle it! Talon hurricane! Give me flare! Hurricane strike!
I'll take you all on! Ha!
Get him.
Flare the Malisa!
Eat this! Super Dragon Dragon Shout! Shattering pieces! Attack time! Laser Spear! You should have messed with me! No! I won't give in! Glitter Crush! I'll crush you!
Crush you.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Here! I'm on it! Can't get out of this! That's enough! Super Swallow Beam! Watch this! Turn to behind you with a shot! It's on! Not today! That's enough! Vanish without a trace! Turn to ash! Take this! Talon Hurricane! I'm ready! Farewell! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
Nice.
So that didn't go as planned.
We must consider well if this is the right path.
Little help!
Rip and tear!
Arctic waterfall!
Sword Rain Alpha! Swallow Dance!
Your reflexes will not serve you well.
Did you hear it now?
Leave the chargers to me!
Primed and ready!
Take it!
Wind astral energy! Aqueous dark! Light astral energy! Magic is out! Thunder blade! Heaven and earth!
To be less Move! Faster! No further! Vacuum blade! Turn to ash! Be done! Talon hurricane! Watch it! Eat this! Stalagmite! Demon blade! That's enough!
Now!
Jolene! Hey! Blow them away! Flush!
The flames will roar!
Armor won't save you!
You get the gist.
Eat this! Take! I'm ready!
Air thrust!
I'm on it! Watch this! You picked the wrong fight! Rip and tear! With the earth! That's enough! Take this! Hurricane!
All yours, Kisara.
Faster! Come on! Finish this!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
Gotta get out of here, guys. We're beat up.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two. Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing. So she really was being controlled.
He told me about Ptarmigan, too.
Is it true?
True?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
We have a sovereign. Let's do it.
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Oh my goodness.
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope.
Okay.
I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
They fixed that pretty quick.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundation...
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign. Nor as a leader, the likes of which the people here are used to.
But... how else do you...
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright, or on the power of their astral art. Things like... oh, I don't know. Musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world, though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
All right. Oh. Oh. Oh, those are all good. Oh, no.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a I was complicit in the Renan system, bound, and when I realized a lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the...
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape the ability to think for yourself and be your own master. Zephyr taught me how to fight.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. Or, this Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise...
There's just so much I wish I could ask him.
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me.
Why ask me now? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you.
So basically since the very start of our journey.
Leave the past where it belongs. If my brother could see you.
Not as proud.
Well then.
Kisara? Anyone among other things.
You were thinking about
I was just thinking how good it is to see. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. But now, he's fine.
So...
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have the...
Must be that maternal instinct of yours that...
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own make. If Dohalim can forge...
Oh. Go shopping.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Oh boy. Oh, these are so expensive. Oh my goodness. Oh, I don't have enough. Don't have enough. And I'm so glad I didn't get that one. That thing does look sick, though. I kind of want to make another one of these things. What's alertness do again? Ooh.
Have you...
I think that might be kind of silly. Let's go.
Guys checked your equipment lately?
Yeah. Do. Actually, oh. All right, let's go. Oh, it's this way. Do. Now the whole party's pretty close to the same level. fast travel. But why? But why? Let's go. But why? Alright, let's get on the spaceship and go to Rena.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring—
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is.
Yeah. Which is why we're going—
All the answers we've been looking for, the answers have to be there.
So, what do we—
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
What? No. Game over. All right. What did they do? Why? Oh. Okay, what?
Damn! The hell just happened? Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Uh-oh. Oh. I see. Here it goes again. It's like trying to stay alive. Okay. Big old crystal rose.
flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
Oh my goodness.
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it laid dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Oh, this is so buck wild. What the hell is this now? A bigger spaceship? Who this?
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here.
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still...
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on...
Shion, just in the nick of...
No!
What the...
No, I'm the one...
Again, Law? Can't you even...
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask.
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. Before long, it was just part of my Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as...
It's fine.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're...
I appreciate that. Until I get rid of these thorns. Maybe it'll be soon.
Yeah, just hang... Boo!
Ah! What the...
Oh, come on!
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation!
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous...
Oh...
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment.
Oh boy.
I still can't get over what we saw.
Yeah... Our planet's real...
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually...
Beats me. I have
Rena and Dana. We were taught that, but to think that they lied to us, not only about the soft...
Dohalim.
Oh. Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's...
That beam of light joining
That's what it looked like.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all.
Try to stay calm. What is it?
No, it's just... so much for me making...
You made it this far. You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone...
All right. What is this place? What are we here for?
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
It can talk. It can talk. It can sing.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
All right.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true Sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this Great Spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renis Alma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrek 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
See.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
Yeah, let's go kill
sorry,
God.
Did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Okay, well...
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Phasal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Okay. Take a look around. Alright.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmail.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it.
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. That being said, had we not previously encountered...
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astro...
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world.
Right.
There is one other thing. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan.
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never...
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Let's find out.
Okay. Can we go... This is super threatening. Nothing in there. Oh, people.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, but be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and...
There isn't anyone else we can out here.
Have you guys lived up here in Dig Faisal with...
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the...
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due...
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed...
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't...
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously.
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary... I have to imagine that's how Lenigan...
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil.
You act like this didn't affect you personally.
I mean, sure. I was surprised when I first found out.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing its...
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little...
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis?
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just bring... After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold, and things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering.
Okay, this is taking a wild turn.
Can we talk to you for...
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their... Please, tell... You mean the Overseer's species?
Well, for starters...
Where else?
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right along...
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first...
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the...
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
They're clones.
But if that's true...
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust, in essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all died. They gathered Dahnans who had an affinity for astral arts, and that's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying...
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Dahnans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirt anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets.
I see.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renan's never true?
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Oh my god, okay.
Do you know anything about it?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then
yes. It was to use Lenegis to cite...
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect. Second, we had to figure out how to convert.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection.
We have a winner. However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans and... For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark. To amend that, we set our sights on Dan.
And the crown...
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, a new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work. Its success was dubious. But from the look of things...
So that's what the purpose of that room...
What about the flower that's...
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated.
Heverick 35 mentioned that the spirit...
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes. And yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's...
He talks like the potential end of the world is...
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for...
My God.
Feels like our whole world has been turned up.
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take...
Agreed. Though I'll...
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured.
And to get that energy, then the Helganquil created the Renans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is...
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in. Why don't we all take some time?
That's a good idea. If the Renan Great Spirit... Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. So let's go ahead and break off for now. You sure you don't want to be...
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and...
I'll go along with you.
Sounds good.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew. It was all just...
Right. Assuming we can...
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruit.
But if Heverick 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one...
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess...
Make one.
This is getting weird.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem...
He who?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds...
What do you think about everything?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think. But if that thing's hellbent on trying... As for the Renans...
How so?
coexistence between Dahnans, and in my case, I think that's partly because deep down, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like...
You kept it pretty...
You mean about the Renans? At the end, but at the same time,
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against... And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the...
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power, and some who... I think if we can find a way to get rid...
Well,
Yeah. It'd be nice...
It's no small task. We can't pretend...
Right. In a worst-case scenario...
And we all have to figure...
That's an interest...
It's true. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a... And now...
You both seem awfully...
Only because after everything we've...
How are you holding up, Rinwell?
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dahnan mages like... But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be...
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. But even so, I was still... So I was thinking maybe, I don't know...
Rinwell.
That great spirit, Dana's will, feels so warm and inviting.
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the others...
Maybe. But regardless...
We won't.
Yeah.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of...
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum?
It was really...
Yeah, it was. But thanks to...
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes. That was no way to live. But all this talk about other races and the world ending?
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not...
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger, but that's when I finally got it.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you...
The thing that's most important. All I want to do is protect the people.
Not everyone is strong enough to...
Huh?
It's something your dad told me. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight. And forget all the big stuff going on.
Yeah. It's like I'll fight to protect the people around me.
Yeah, I'm gonna punch some fuckers. Yeah, let's go.
I apologize for me.
You mean here?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought...
Even I'm still not...
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard... I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this.
That's just part of being...
Well, to say the least. But,
When you say the other Renans, you...
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit, putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we...
So, I guess you're only...
And at the same time, Dahnans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. There is, after all, and the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity toward...
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be...
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still...
But things can still change if you have the right people to help.
Indeed. On that note...
Oh?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator, so that the Renans can live on as the one and only Blazing Sword.
And I take it that you'll be the one to
Yes. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter. Is it
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking...
You're too kind.
That's
Then I'll ask once again. This time...
You don't even need...
Thank you.
Alright, I talked to everybody.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learned.
What about you, Shionne?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. Right now, it's...
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I thought I'd die alone. That I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with some... It's been going on for 300 years. It was Naori's hope that somehow Someone, how it fell on us, of all people.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting... She considered me I don't think she wanted the world to be saved.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff, like, she said that the first step down that path was for each of... That means forgiving other people.
Forgiving.
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving. If we have any hope of moving on and...
You know, you're right.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain, but if we can do it, I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the... I think that's the very...
Yeah.
This
Well,
is
there,
so
Savior
much
girl.
discussion.
We're here to...
Yes, I know.
Well, is everybody ready to do?
I am. There's a lot to think about. I don't care who we're up against.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Greats trying to rob us of our entire world, that alone is... But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit...
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw on
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared... And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion, and if Rena's great spirit is what's behind...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit.
The question is, how do we suffice it to say? That flower growing out of Rena is enormous. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Heverick 35 has been observing the Great Astral. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it had... Oh my...
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis...
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins, and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is...
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for.
More importantly, who do they think?
I just hope everyone...
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of...
Wait.
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed.
Right.
All right. We're in space.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the... Therefore, if you destroy the core...
And how are we supposed to destroy...
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign... Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds
Yeah, killing herself to take out the Thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the great spirit, and is there...
What are our other...
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die. That we'd save the world without... We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserve...
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral... 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the... We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides...
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
There's gotta be another way.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing.
Oh, snap. Just calling
We
his
want
bluff.
to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
Oh.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
Oh,
you'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the great...
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that what will happen to Rena once...
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even if...
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages.
Man, I wish that thing had...
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesize. Fix our starship.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for us. Remember that.
It matters little to me. Repair work on your starship has finished.
The truth.
Is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35?
Is the Renis Alma real?
Shion's Firemaster Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sense. Couldn't we make...
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy.
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about. No.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the time.
You're
What do you got?
You still thinking about what the scientists...
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head on.
Well, I did declare that I would live my life even as I dream of retirement. I shall remain
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely but you changed that, Dohalim. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside, but we knew that not all of you were like that. When it comes down to it, Renans are—
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. When you can pull but as soon as you stereotype, that chance—
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about realistically speaking. Surely they won't—
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, if we can build a society that works like that—
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine— Do you still plan to return?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however.
You'll always have a home in Menency.
As I shall ever keep—
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't dough.
Did you just— Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know?
Yeah, I think—
Oh, look at these two. Everybody's gonna get their moment. Oh, this is adorable.
Hey, why'd you call me here?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, so I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before. About whether Dana's will— I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if—
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it, but I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resist—
Yeah, of course.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you, it was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning. Even then, when I felt Dana's will, it made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, but I think that's how Dana's energy probably is.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana— In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will.
Yeah.
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
He's a good guy.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will— well, I mean, I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I—
Huh?
Never mind.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I'm not
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
saying. Then
dang.
spit it out
Oh. All right, and now the true pair. Oh no, they don't get theirs yet. Oh, maybe? Oh,
You sure
yeah.
you don't want to get some rest?
I can't.
Yeah.
I've got too much on my mind. Special.
Same as you, still trying to absorb.
Remember when it was so
Oh,
simple?
man.
We were only fighting all the lords on Dana?
Ages and ages ago.
If I hadn't run into you that day, I wouldn't have my memories back.
Hey, Alphen?
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, like Hevrect 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason you'll use the Blazing Sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma, but it's taken us this far. It's slain
You can't be serious.
Listen, the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. But if it comes down to it...
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shionne. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen, okay. So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first... My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't... I don't have words for the shock I...
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. But still, I hate how...
You won't have to worry about that.
You think so?
I do, because I...
No. You can tell...
Oh. But it is too late to continue. Oh, come on.
Everybody get enough...
Yeah.
Agreed. Our task is relatively straightforward.
We're fighting for a...
Right.
Then let's go, everybody.
Repairs on your starship are...
Is that you, Hevrect?
I can. I can see any...
Sounds like someone's a peep.
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship.
Warp drive?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the...
Using the warp drive, you should be able...
Wait.
You'll need to be careful, due to the force field surrounding Rena.
So, once we reach the shell...
We gotta go all...
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit?
The extinction of my people, as such, it would be illogical to risk the success.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit?
Well...
Hold up.
You heard the lady.
I have one last...
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your... Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two...
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come to...
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? Why have you two continued to...
It's hard to explain. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
What's on the upper level? We're in space.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really...
You know what that means.
I guess this means we should...
Got a warp drive. Okay, this is looking pretty in-gamey.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
Wow.
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of
So arresting. This world of doom.
back in its day, Rena was probably after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this.
With nothing left here to consume.
You're saying if we don't stop it...
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared.
If the Oblivion and darkness both Shion and... It looks like we can climb down. Let's take a look.
The destroyed planet. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a twist.
So this...
A hollowed ocean is far...
What do you mean, what would happen?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard.
No, because
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of...
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or... So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit...
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as...
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her, the problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too.
In other words, we need to find some way...
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least.
We might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renaissance. It won't be easy, but it... Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood.
What'll the world be like?
Yeah, I mean...
A lot will have to change, that's for sure.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But
that's true.
Renans, Danans, astral art users.
If only we could see differences. Not differences.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become...
That's where we come in. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization...
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take...
There's no question it must have been advanced. Like none either world has ever...
I get that you're itching to delve into its history.
Put a pin in it, and...
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging...
It's a little early to be giving it serious.
A man can dream, though.
Oh, we didn't say there's a...
In your case, Dohalim, dream...
You'll need to stay with us for now, though.
Why do I feel this is less of a
Just a friendly suggestion.
Let's go. I do want to see what the deal is here. It's late, but I want to see. I want to see. Oh, we got multiple areas. That one don't work. Oh, there's side quests. There's side quests. So. I gotta go to bed. This is gonna consume me. Oh, jeez. Load screen. Yay! Okay.